Hi, Radhe Radhe. Welcome to the beginning of another live Sangha. May this be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. And as we await our first guests to arrive, allow me to set the intention for this space as being a welcoming, all-inclusive environment open to everyone, regardless of how you're feeling in this moment, regardless of what kind of day you've had or what your aspirations in life are. I hope that we can come together as fellow students of life to uplift each other, relate in one another's experiences, and share positive sentiments. Today is special, as whenever I go live on Sunday, I try to have it ASMR themed. Though we don't explore sounds in the same way other ASMR artists do, this Sangha becomes immersed in relaxation, affirmation, and validation being the most important aspects that I keep in mind during this. And I try to be soft-spoken and not get into anything controversial. Hello, Melinda. And I did just hop on. And hello, Southern Unique Jewelry Company. And thank you for your marvelous confetti. Hare Krishna. Today I was a little late for our Sangha today because I was recording an ASMR video. We were reading from the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, and that'll be posted on my ASMR YouTube channel in the near future. And hello, 31 Planes of Existence. Hello, dear Melinda. Lone Wolf. And thank you, John F., for blessing us with the Community Fest. Radhe Radhe. And Lone Wolf, thank you for your 7 roses. Dreams, you asked an interesting question. Why don't Buddhists eat onions? Or why don't Buddhists not eat onions? I don't know if the double negative was intended. This has to do with a Sattvic diet at the very least. A Sattvic diet is a pure diet in which we eat foods that don't create an overactive mind or an underactive mind. There are some foods that create a decrease in the mind's activity. These are Tamasic foods, as a lot of energy is redirected towards digestion. And there's other foods that create an overactivity in the mind. These are Rajasic foods. Sattvic foods are supposed to be pure in that they do not lead to an underactive or overactive mind. Just retain its peacefulness. So, I still don't understand if the double negative is intended. If you're referring to the fact that Buddhists do eat onions or not. But onions are considered Rajasic, as is garlic. Onion, garlic, and really spicy food that has a lot of spice in it, is considered conducive to an overactive mind. And thank you, Southern Unique Jewelry Company, for another best team, pair of team bracelets, and yet another best team. Thank you. Oh, and another heart me, I see. Hare Krishna. Born by lightning, thank you for your trio of roses. There are half a dozen of them, and yet another rose, another trio of roses, a beautiful paper crane, which I thought I had next to me, but I guess I don't, and some flowers. Thank you. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Chloe. Melinda, you share that onions would be hard to let go. Onions are pretty tasty, as is garlic. It becomes easier once you become so sensitive to them that you notice that after you eat them, your mind becomes more irritable and you become restless. If you become sensitive to this, then it's an easy choice. It's like, I don't want to become restless, irritable today. We expand our sense of time beyond the momentary pleasure to see the fall in our potential afterwards. But anyway, it is not necessary to have an obsession over diet on the spiritual path. It's a side effect of becoming sensitive to our own mind and what we put into our body. So don't worry about that. I like to start my lives with a question of the day. So I'm here to ask you today, what is your favorite way to love yourself? To honor yourself, to show love to yourself, in all these ways. And however else you feel free to interpret this question, please do so. And thank you, Southern Unique Jewelry Company, for your coral and sunglasses too. Om Dum Durgaye Namaha. It's nice to see you too, Tracy. And hello, Leona. Happy Sunday. And we can talk more about Rajasic foods and determinism after our question of the day. Chloe, you share, meditating is how you love yourself, of course. I like that. In many ways, love means to shine unconditional awareness on something. And meditation means to go in that direction of yourself. Appreciating self-awareness, or selfless awareness, even. And thank you, Lone Wolf, for your 1, 2, 3, 4 tiny dinies. Yippee! Luna, you share listening to your intuition of what you need at any given moment. Yeah, understanding our needs and wants. Taking care of ourselves in that way. Zai Dreams, you share that you don't show enough love to yourself, to be honest. Well, incidentally, you've provided an example of how you love yourself, being honest with yourself, and understanding how you can improve your connection with your own body, your own mind. That's a form of love right there. Humility. Thank you, Southern Unique Jewelry Company, for another cake, ice cream, balloons, bubble tea, and a tiny diny. Yippee! And a pair of ice cream cones. Born by Lightning, you share that you love yourself by doing things for the people you care about. I love that so much. It's very true. As we see ourselves and those around us. And thank you, Zai Dreams, for your donut. Radhe Radhe. And Chloe Evans, you share that you do breath work before you go to work, like the Wim Hof breathing technique. That's a great one. Hello, Viri. And thank you, Southern Unique Jewelry Company, for your heart as well. Hari Om Tat Sat. Andy, you share by shutting out negative thoughts. That is a way, indeed. And embracing positive thoughts in supplement. Dreamweaver, you share by seeing all phases of your life as beautiful and worth living. Oh, loving will both work, but loving you have written. Very true. Magdalene, you share, by giving yourself the opportunity to live another day so that you are able to be an expression of love. Wonderfully stated. You are an expression of love. Yes. And that's a great, relevant question. Gabriel, how do we love ourselves with conflicting thoughts of what the self even is? We appreciate that no matter what the self is, it is not in conflict. You may have conflicting perspectives about yourself, but yourself is not in conflict. Only the thoughts that occur to it are. In the same way that you could have someone that's praising you and someone that's insulting you, but in praise or insult, you are not changed. You remain the same beyond the contradictory viewpoints that others may have. Consider thoughts also like external experiences. They might occur internal to this body, but external relative to the self that's even more inside. John F., you share that you're not sure you have a favorite way. You use what is needed at the time. That makes sense to me. And Lizzie, you share by acknowledging your thoughts and feelings. Instead of ignoring them, you love to journal. Those are great ways. And what a great observation, John F., that every moment calls for a different form of love. The love remains the same, but its packaging can suit its scenario. All right. I think these are a good set of ways in which we love ourselves. So I thank you for exploring self-love and our favorite ways to do so together. Thank you. Just before we do our reading, since I also like to start our lives with a reading, I'd like to quickly answer Zydream's question. What are some other Rajasic foods? Well, I mentioned besides onion and garlic, there's really spicy food, and there's coffee, caffeine, by definition, Rajasic. You can tell when a food is Rajasic if you have trouble meditating after. If you want to experiment, you can take some food and try to meditate. If you find that your mind is overactive, it's a good sign that food was Rajasic. Similarly, after you eat something, if you get really sleepy, eepy even, it's a good sign that food was Tamasic. The foods that are Sattvic, they don't change your mind at all. Before you eat a granola bar, after you eat a granola bar, mind is the same. Body might feel different because now there's food in your tummy. You're getting nutrients. But mind, same level. Similarly, if you eat fruit, if you eat something simple like rice or legumes, you find yourself feeling overall the same. But also how the food is prepared. You know, if it's really burnt, that can make it Tamasic. If it's really bland, that can make it Tamasic also. But the best source of discovering which foods are Tamasic, Rajasic, Sattvic is by paying attention to your own body and mind as you eat them. And Marina, I think you added an answer to the question of the day. By losing yourself in colors, following your own vision instead of anyone else's. Yeah. And I still remember your question, Gabrielle, about free will and determinism, which is a big concept we can explore after our reading. But this other question you've shared has a simple answer. How do you differentiate between the good state of no desires and apathy? You know that when you're in the good state of no desires, you are still engaging in the world. No desire doesn't mean that you don't have a desire to help. It means that you don't have a desire to benefit from this situation. That you know you're already benefiting regardless of what you do. There's no desire for a particular outcome. If someone before you is in need of help, you go out and help them naturally, but you have no desire for reward or for the avoidance of punishment. That's the good state of no selfish desires. Apathy is a kind of ignorance, because if we're not engaged in listening or understanding, helping, loving, serving others, then we still do not recognize our full sense of self. Because our sense of self should be inclusive, not just to this body and mind, but to everyone around us, because we're all in this together. Sky Guardian has retired as a moderator. It says in chat for me. Well, thank you for your service, Sky Guardian. Now, thank you, Sasha, for your rose. Radhe or Radhe. And Middle Tooth, thank you for your whipped coffee. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Vanessa, thank you for your heart mito. Hello, Vanessa. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. And Aurora, you share that your best friend faked an unaliving attempt. What do you do? They don't know you know. Well, I don't know in what context we can consider an unaliving attempt, so to speak, as fake or not. It's not my place to judge. I know that even if they didn't go through with it, even if deep down it was more for attention, that's not our place to judge, because we should take it just as serious, because we never want it to become a boy who cried wolf scenario. It's not worth the risk of mistrusting how serious it is to threaten taking one's own life. We can take it seriously. We can show them love, because that's what they need, regardless of if they're serious about it or not. Show them that they're important, that they deserve to be here in this world and deserve to have loving companions along the way. Hello, Envy. Okay. I would like to begin our reading of In Love at Ease for today. And then we can continue on our discussion of whatever speaks to your heart. And hello and thank you, Henneke, for your rose that you shared. Hari Om Tat Sat. Today we are reading from the 5th chapter of In Love at Ease. These are big chapters, 5 chapters all the way through this book. This chapter is all about how Swamishri, Pramukh Swami, was always at ease, as the title suggests, in love and at ease. This is how Swamishri was at ease even when the joke was on him. That's called humility. He had no trouble laughing at himself and encouraging others to laugh at him. Hindi was Swamishri's kryptonite. Though he was a scholar of Sanskrit, whenever he was asked to speak in Hindi in a sabha, an assembly, spiritual assembly, or a conference, Swamishri would jumble words or ruin the grammar. After one such performance in Ahmedabad, in a sabha filled with scholars, Swamishri was at ease and returned to his residence for dinner. The sadhus, the monks, were having a blast laughing at him. The episode continued for almost 20 minutes. Swamishri smiled and took it all in. He spoke after the room quietened. "I am sorry. I do not know what overcame me. Everyone was speaking in Hindi. I thought I would give it a try. Clearly that was a mistake. I accept that I need to work on me. In the meantime, you can laugh, but please go easy on me." The sadhus laughed even harder. Swamishri joined them in laughing at himself. Swamishri not only was okay with laughing at himself in the moment, but had no problem revisiting embarrassing moments and laughing at them almost 20 years later. I have seen many a religious or community leader trip on a stage or tumble off a chair. Not one of them had the heart to laugh at themselves. Swamishri was different. He was at ease then and now. Vivek Sargardas Swami was speaking in a satsang seminar in Lonavala. I don't know the emphasis and the syllables anyway. Satsang means an assembly of true spiritual seekers. This is Lonavala in Maharashtra. One evening, when he recalled a comical experience from the town of Ukai. The town, on the border of Gujarat and Maharashtra, is known for its wildlife sanctuaries and water dam with scenic views. Swamishri was visiting along with Mahant Swami, his first and foremost disciple, the current president and guru of the BAPS Swaminarayan Sanstha, and Vivek Sargardas Swami for an important meeting with Jetwa Sahib. Vivek Sargardas Swami and Jetwa Sahib had attended engineering school together and had stayed in touch even after he became a sadhu, a monk. Here is how he describes that moment. Pramukh Swami Maharaj, Mahant Swami, and Jetwa Sahib were going to have an important discussion about the community's tribal development programs and schools. Swamishri asked me to wait outside with the other sadhus. Hari Krishna Maharaj, Swamishri's personal murti, divine image that he carried with him everywhere, was placed on a small table. Swamishri and Mahant Swami were sitting on a small sofa while they spoke to Jetwa Sahib. After a few minutes after the meeting ended, my old friend asked for me. "Where is he? I have not seen him in years." Swamishri called out to me, so I came into the room. Mahant Swami was observant and noticed there was no space for me to sit, so he scooted over on the sofa to make room for me next to him and Swamishri. As soon as I sat down, the flimsy sofa gave way and toppled over. Swamishri was the first to flip over onto his back and head. Mahant Swami was next. I went along for the ride as well. The entire room was quiet. Jetwa Sahib had a look of horror on his face. I heard a faint chuckle, which turned into a roaring laugh. I thought to myself, what kind of clown laughs in such a serious situation? I remember looking over at Swamishri from the floor and realizing that my guru was on the floor laughing. He stood up and made sure that Jetwa Sahib and the other sadhus were laughing alongside with him. Swamishri was writing a letter in the seminar. As soon as he heard Vivek Sargardas Swami describe the incident, he put both hands in the air and raised his legs to show how he had fallen on that day. The entire Sabha was laughing with him, and perhaps at him. Swamishri was enjoying Sahajanand in their presence. This is a Sanskrit word referring to organic bliss. Five-year-old Markand Patel developed a special bond with Swamishri after his initial hesitation to be around sadhus. One afternoon, Markand came for Swamishri's darshan, dressed in saffron robes. The sadhus and bhaktas were laughing at this mini sadhu, which upset Markand Swami, or Markand. I don't know if he is a Swami. Normally Swamis wear the saffron robes. Swamishri, however, welcomed him earnestly, as if welcoming his monastic colleague. Before Swamishri could place his hand on the young boy's head, Markand gestured to bless Swamishri with his hands. The entire room fell silent. A 5-year-old child was about to bless the Guru. The bhaktas, the devotees in the room, tried to stop him. Markand, one should bow to the Guru and not bless him. No one enjoyed it more than Swamishri. He laughed loudly and exclaimed, "You guys do not understand. All is fair in friendship. Bless me, Markand." Swamishri bowed his head, and the boy placed his hand on the Guru's head. Markand and Swamishri were the only ones laughing at first, until the entire room understood the Guru and Shishya's exchange, disciples' exchange. Swamishri carried that friendship over the years. Almost 20 years later, he sent a note with Markand's father for his old friend. He reminded him to translate it into English for Markand. To be at ease is to make people feel comfortable, even if that involves setting aside one's own station or pride. More about some funny stories with Swamishri next time. For now, let's pause our reading of In Love at Ease and continue with our Sangha. Thank you for listening. I like that very much. Hello, Shaiza. Ciao, Hanan. That's right, Lucid Prince. It is a sock, and not just any sock. And thank you, Gabriella, for the heart me and rose you sent while we began reading. Jai Swaminarayan. And Hanan, thank you for your 9 roses. Jai Sajitanandam. And thank you, Zai Dreams, for your 6 roses. So, we had started some inquiries before we started reading. Perhaps we can go into some of them if you are interested. Like, for instance, Gabrielle, I mentioned I'd put a pin in what you mentioned about free will and determinism. I believe that our free will lies in our identity. That we choose who we want to be, what we identify with in any moment. And this doesn't mean necessarily what school you go to, what occupation we get, what country or gender we're born into. These are parts of our identity, but I'm referring to an even deeper kind of identity. For example, do you prefer to listen to stories that uplift you? Or are you hooked on stories from around the world which take down people's experiences of life? I'm not saying this is anyone in particular, but sometimes we can put our sense of self into the negative rather than the positive. This is something we definitely have free will over. We can choose which thoughts, which feelings we want to associate with. We can identify the best ways in which we feel like our true self is being expressed. In many ways, the world is predetermined, but a huge portion of how it's determined is in our action. The word is called karma. Karma is a funny word because in many contexts it refers to that which you can't change. But in other contexts, it refers to the only thing that we can change. Karma means that we have free will and destiny. And free will is how we change our destiny. Now, Hevertas, you ask, did Buddha escape the matrix? I love this question. Buddhist answer? No. From the Mahayana Buddhist tradition, it is said that on his final meditation, in which he was to enter nirvana, when he was about to escape the matrix, you could say, escape samsara is the Sanskrit word, he decided not to. Why? Because as long as he is beyond the world of suffering and other beings are not, then wouldn't that be selfish? At least, this is the idea of a bodhisattva, is that instead of trying to leave this world, we stay here as long as there's someone who could be in use of our help. That is one story of the Buddha. So, it is said that one of the vows of a bodhisattva is to remain in samsara until all other sentient beings are liberated. In other words, it's like holding the door open for someone. You go first, you go first, you go first. Oh, I'm happy to be here, happy to hold the door open for you. It's a good question though. But did he get reborn? Well, here's another story of the Buddha. Someone asked him, will you continue to exist after you die? The Buddha said, it cannot be said that I will exist after I die. Happy with that answer, the monk walked away. All right, no more Buddha Interesting. Wait. Why was his word choice so particular? He didn't say no. He just said that it cannot be said. So he went back to clarify. He asked the opposite. Will you not exist after you die? The Buddha said, it cannot be said that I will not exist after I die. So he walked away thinking, now the Buddha has given me two seemingly contradictory answers. Either he exists or he does not exist. So he goes back. He says, Buddha, cannot be said. Or he asks, will you neither exist nor not exist after death? The Buddha said, it cannot be said that I will either exist or not exist after death. This is a kind of Buddhist logic. It's a negation that negates even a no. It's not a no, and it's not a yes. And it's neither no nor yes. But there is a belief in a future Buddha called Maitreya. Maitreya is the name of the next Buddha, but it's full of riddles and symbolism. For one, the word Maitreya means friendship. The next Buddha will be known as friendship. Is it called It Is What It Is? Asks Simi Baba Studio. That seems to be the impression that this Buddhist monk must have gotten from that story. Oh, thank you, Melinda, for the pair of roses you sent a few minutes ago. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Dob Darker, thank you for your heart me. It is weird when it gets into talk of prophecy, doesn't it? Especially when the prophecy is riddled with symbolism. And thank you, Lion Biog, for your rose and paper crane. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. And thank you, Emi Baba Studio, for your ice cream cone. Mike, you're wondering, do I experience suffering? Yes. And if so, what do I do? I try to remember every time I experience suffering, things that lead me back onto peace and understanding. For example, I recognize that the suffering that occurs to the body does not need to be amplified by the mind. And the mind and its suffering is something that occurs to me, thus there is space between. Also, whenever I experience suffering, I try to remember how many other people are experiencing suffering, and that makes me feel like I'm not alone. It also helps me empathize with those who are suffering, and I think what lessons I can learn from this, I may be able to convey to others later, and so there is something honorable about going through something which is there for the help of others, the benefit of others, something noble. For example, someone we really love, we can bear a lot of suffering knowing that it's out of love. Like someone will carry a baby outside of a burning house. They might go in, they might get burnt, their lungs might inhale smoke, get damaged. But if it's out of love, well, it's no problem. They will be happy even to bear the suffering if it means that they get to help someone else. Thinking in this way can help alleviate a lot of suffering. I like your koan, Chloe. What's the sound of one hand clapping? The word what? It's a question word. It implies that we're asking about something to fill in that spot. But we can also treat the word what as a noun. We can talk about what as a question word, as something that invokes an inquiry. If we interpret it in this way, the sentence changes in its grammatical connotation. When we say, what is the sound of one hand clapping, period, rather than question mark, we're saying that the sound is the question itself. It is the inquiry. It is the mystery itself. Or you could ask the question, what is the meaning of life? Well, swap out the word what in meaning for a representation of a question. Swap out the question mark for a period, you get the answer. What is the meaning of life? Full stop. The meaning of life is what? It is a question, not an answer, not a conclusion. It's an inquiry. It's something that opens us up rather than something that shuts down. And I love your prayer, Max. Lokas samasta sukhino bhavanto. May all beings be free of suffering. May all beings be happy. Zai Dreams, you had asked, is there anything worse than suffering? Maybe numbness. I like that comparison. It's one thing to feel intense, negative things. But it's a whole other thing not to feel at all, isn't it? I'm reminded of the famous quote about love and loss, that it's better to have loved and lost than to have not loved at all. I saw another good question. Jay, you had asked, was there a beginning of existence, or is it eternal with no beginning or end? Let's read from the oldest inquiry into the beginning of the universe that we know of. Of course, it's not in English, but I have a translation of it in English for you here. If I can find it, of course. I'm flipping through the pages of the Vedas to find the Nasadya Sukta, which is the oldest creation story. And this creation story differs from others because it doesn't provide an answer. It only wonders, it only ponders about what could have happened, but yet it still invokes deep feelings of the beginning, or if there was one. This is sometimes dated to 5,000 years old. Other scholars have dated it to 8,000. The date just keeps getting pushed back and back. From the Rig Veda, 10th Mandalam, 129th Khanda. In the beginning, the non-existent was not then, nor was the existent. The earth was not, nor the firmament, nor that which is beyond. When there was nothing then, what could cover what? And where and in whose care did the waters and the bottomless deep then exist? There was no death nor immortality then. There was no sign of night nor of day. That one breathed without extraneous breath, with its own nature. Other than that one, there was nothing beyond. In the beginning, there was darkness, intensified darkness, indistinguishable darkness. All this visible world was reduced to its primordial nature. This primordial world, which was enveloped by the all-pervading power of one, before whom the world of matter as a trifle became one, that is, came into existence, through the force of its own intense activity and spiritual fervor. In the beginning, the divine will arose. This was the first seed of the mind of the Creator. Those who can see beyond by putting their mind and heart together found the binding link of the existent in the non-existent, and the non-existent existing in the existent. The rays of divine will spread across the whole of the universe. They spread below and above. And the result was that small and big forms of life bearing seeds were born. As the existence of the material world was dependent on the divine will of its Creator, the position of matter was lower than the spirit which acted with the divine will. But who truly knows, and who can declare whence it cometh, and whither it vanisheth? Even heavenly beings who know were born much after creation came into being. Who then truly knows whence it has come about, whence this creation has come? Who holds or does not hold that one who is its witness in the highest abode, that one alone knoweth, and yet doth that one know? That's the Nasadya Sukta, translated in English by Pandit Satyakam Vidyalankar. The oldest exploration of the ultimate beginning of the universe, riddled with mystery and negation. Scientifically, it seems like there was a beginning, but it could very well be a local beginning in a series of beginnings. Just happens to be the most important critical moment in the cycle of this universe, whatever that means. And thank you, Silent Storm, for your heart me that you shared. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jnana, thank you for your heart me and community fest. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Hello, Fiji water bottle. Thank you, Hanukkah, for another rose from you, dear. Sum Saryaya Namaha. And John F., thank you for your finger harp and your friendship necklace. Radhe or Radhe. And Hairspray Betty, thank you for your heart me. I'm happy that you enjoyed the reading, Jay. And hello, no name, no face. Thank you for sharing. Lucy, you were wondering, do I use Vedic astrology or Tibetan zodiac primarily? I think you mean Vedic rather than Ayurvedic. Ayurvedic refers to the part of the Vedas that refer to our health, our physical health. But Vedic astrology is another part of the Vedas, which refer to the original astrology. Personally, the part of the Vedas that I'm most interested in is the Jnana Khanda. The Vedas come in two parts, the Karma Khanda and the Jnana Khanda. Vedic astrology and Ayurveda would probably fall into the Karma Khanda, which is all about, well, actually, Sri Krishna describes it in the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. I can just quote from that. The Karma Khanda of the Veda is all about rewards springing from righteous deeds, performing sacrifices, undergoing penances, or doing charity. It's all about how we can have success in the material world, about having favorable outcomes come our way. The Jnana Khanda overturns everything in the Karma Khanda and dismisses any material form of attaining happiness. In fact, in Vedanta, in the end of the Vedas, in the Upanishads, things like that, there are some very bold and thought-provoking truths that say things like, even though there exists heaven, there exists astrological signs, you are not defined by your attainment of either. You could go to heaven or hell and still be in deep peace, because ultimate liberation depends not on your material surroundings, on the external circumstance, but on what you carry in your heart. That you have no body, no mind, no astrology. Your soul does not have any identity besides being Brahman. Aham Brahmasmi. You are the ultimate reality, and a part of you contains all of the realms in existence, all of the astrological signs. These things only refer to the body and the mind, but if you know yourselves to be beyond this, then there is no need to understand them even. So I'm more interested in the Jnana Khanda portion of the Vedas, which overrule the Karma Khanda in the pursuit of ultimate happiness. But Vedic astrology is very interesting. It is from where other forms of astrology ultimately come from, like Tibetan astrology, like eventually Western astrology also. The original astrology is Vedic, just in terms of chronology. And thank you, Shakira, for your heart me. Radhe or Radhe. And Errol LQ1, thank you for your rose toe. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your pair of disco loves. Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Avertis, you ask a good question. How to follow a disciplined religion without ignorant dogma? Recognize that your experience matters too. That the interpretation of scripture is not objective. That we should seek the interpretation of scripture that upholds the greatest virtues of ahimsa, non-violence, all-inclusiveness, love, compassion, patience, all of the traits that we associate with transcendental consciousness. We recognize that religion is an individual person's experience, and it is up to you to become disciplined and up to you to fight ignorance within yourself and become more aware. And thank you, Jennifer, for your music play. Hari Om Tat Sat. Hybrid Jen, you share that you disciplined yourself. Haven't had a drink in almost a year. That's very inspiring. I'm happy to hear that. Hello, Madeleines. You share that you watched an old video of me talking about antimatter. Antimatter is a fun concept. Om Swabhava Shuddha Sarvadhamma Swabhava Shuddhoham. A beautiful mantra. You loved my discourse on antimatter. It's a fascinating thing. Antimatter, it's often talked about in sci-fi as some mysterious substance that goes against the laws of physics, but no, it's very much a part of our physical world. In fact, there are incidents in our life where antimatter is relevant, like in PET scans, PET scans. It stands for positron emission tomography, I think. Well, what a positron is it's a form of antimatter. It's the antimatter equivalent / opposite of an electron, which we all know is what orbits the atom, has negative charge. So we use antimatter in medical imaging. I think what happens is we have a slightly radioactive fluid which is injected into the body, and it decays in such a way that emits a positron. It's totally safe. Radioactive doesn't mean you're necessarily going to have your DNA change, and we're surrounded by radiation all the time. Our smoke detectors in our house uses radioactive element called americium, named after America. I believe what happens is that as the americium is decaying and releasing radiation, if smoke gets in between the substrate and the detector, it somehow interacts with the radiation, and the detector picks that up, and thus you know that there's smoke in the house. Antimatter is defined by swapping two or one symmetry of this very important symmetry in the universe called CPT symmetry, charge parity time symmetry. It states that, according to the laws of physics, if we take any system and we swap the charges of everything involved, we swap the parity, that's the handedness, whether they're rotating clockwise or counterclockwise, and the time, the direction in which the system is going. If we swap all of those things, it should look identical. Swapping time, charge, and parity should get you right back to the start. If you only swap some of them, then that's how you go from different particles to another. If you swap just charge and parity, then that's how you'd get antimatter. It's anti-charge, anti-parity. Interestingly, that means if you swapped the time for antimatter, that would get you right back at matter, regular matter too. Which means, mathematically speaking, you could consider antimatter as the opposite in charge and parity as regular matter, or equivalently, it would make no difference. You can regard antimatter as regular matter going backwards in time. Just swap the direction of time. That's equivalent to swapping charge and parity. So, this gives rise to a lot of interesting thought experiments. If antimatter is a real phenomenon, does that mean it's from the future because it's going backwards in time? Does that mean in positron emission tomography that somehow in the future, the positrons came back in time in order to give you this medical imaging for you. How did they know? How did they come from the future? For this reason, this seeming paradox, most physicists just brush that interpretation under the rug and just go with charge and parity being what is reversed, since they don't like to think about time flowing backwards. Antimatter time travelers. So, interestingly, this means that if we were to go back in time, we would have to become antimatter relative, basically. And that's dangerous. Why? Because the moment matter and antimatter come into contact with each other, E equals mc squared, all of that m, the mass, gets transferred into energy proportional to the speed of light squared, which is a really, really big number. A little mass contains a lot of energy. As soon as you take antimatter and matter, it gets completely converted into energy. In fact, I think if you had a paperclip and you had an anti-paperclip and you brought them together, that would be the same as like 100 nuclear bombs going off. It would just decimate everything around. So it's probably a good thing that you don't time travel, because you'd have to avoid all the matter. Otherwise, the moment that you go in contact with anything, traveling backwards in time, you get converted into pure energy. Just obliterate. If a paperclip has 100 nuclear bombs worth of energy in it, imagine how much energy is in your body. You'd blow up the whole frickin' planet. That's some fun physics. Now thank you, Jay, for your hanging lights you sent a moment ago. Hare Krishna. Madeline's, you share that you brought this up because of my shirt. You must admit you love my science talk so much. Well, that's what draws people in, isn't it? That's what most people came to the Yamsox channel for. It's the same purpose of the Vedas being divided into the Karma Khanda and the Jnana Khanda. The Karma Khanda brings you in. You want to go to heaven? You want to get really wealthy? Do you want to learn how to levitate? Do you want all these spiritual powers? Do you want to revive someone from the dead? That's the power of the Karma Khanda. Then you get to the Jnana Khanda and it says, tried everything, still not happy? That's right. We forgot to mention, none of that brings happiness. You could have all the powers in the world. You could be in the highest heaven, but you still won't be happy. So here is the ultimate spiritual truth that'll get you to the final happiness. Thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your quintet of disco loves. Hare Krishna. Sky Guardian, you ask, wait, the Vedas have necromancy? Oh yeah, there's some pretty ridiculous rituals in the Karma Khanda of the Vedas. But it does go into the topic of how the soul hovers around the body for 17 days. And there are different pralayas, dissolutions of levels of sheaths of the body, different pranas that leave at various times. And if you can ensure that the pranas don't leave, that the levels of the sheaths of the being, the koshas, don't dissolve, it's possible in that time span to get the soul to return to the body. And this relates a lot to many rituals that are still done today, like funeral pyres and how we're guiding the soul as it dissolves through its koshas and its pranas are leaving, we're directing it. But there are other rituals, instead of sending it on their way, try to get it to come back to the body. Yeah, there are rituals for deciding what kind of child you want to bear in your womb. There are rituals for becoming a great ruler. The Vedas are it's like a spiritual Wikipedia. You can go there for, materialistic stuff. You can also go there for the ultimate liberation. They're like a shopping center. They got a little bit of everything. They gain your trust by granting you the blessings of the materialistic stuff that we begin to be interested in through spiritual means. Like, it'll teach you how to manifest. It'll teach you how to be a conscious creator and stuff like that. But then, even if we perfect that, we discover that we're still not happy. That's when the Jnana Khanda comes in, and it delivers us the final blow for moksha, true spiritual liberation. And thank you, Ursula, for your subscription. There are 2 new stickers for you. Sandy and Shadow. I hope you enjoy them. And Matija, thank you for your heart me. Hare Krishna. Now, I did say that I would try not to go into topics that are too provoking, so I apologize if I am invoking any fear. I do want ASMR Sundays to be more grounded. Now, one broke girl, you shared that you are struggling with grief. You hope there is more after, but then feel ungrateful, wanting more. I don't think you're ungrateful for grieving. What grief is a moment we take to express all the love we had reserved for someone or something. And we get it out. Because when we really love someone, maybe Sky Guardian, you can relate to this, we develop more affection than we can possibly put into words, that we can possibly express. And so all these things that we wish to do with them or express to them, it just starts piling up, let's say in one's heart. And then, if we get separated from them, suddenly we have all this unexpressed love. Where is it supposed to go? So it comes out in tears, it comes out in sadness. This is the process of grief, that we're grieving not for them, but for our own heart's inability to connect with them. Fortunately, regardless of how much love you have in your heart still, regardless of how separated you feel from whatever it is you're separated from, the true recipient of love was not defined by whatever packaging they came in. Whether it's a body, whether it's a certain relationship that you had that's no longer, you are still able to express that love. Now, in more formless ways, where we express it through our mind's eye, into the air, into maybe a tombstone or a grave of a loved one, or into our journal, we direct our love in more abstract ways to whatever that object of our love represented to us. Thank you for sharing your blessings and love. I hope you brought enough for everyone. You know, like in class, if you're suddenly eating a cookie, the teacher says, "Did you bring enough for everyone?" Inside Dreams, thank you for your heart me and your 16 team bracelets. I tally up. Om Shri Hanumate Namaha. And thank you, Zai Dreams, for your best team as well. Why don't we read from a verse of the pocket Pema Chodron. Pema is a lovely Buddhist nun, and I quite like the ways in which she is able to express certain subtle truths directly. This is a nice short one. You love Pema time, Shakira. I love Pema time too. This one is number 7, called Find Out for Yourself. In all kinds of situations, we can find out what is true simply by studying ourselves in every nook and cranny, in every black hole and bright spot. Whether it's murky, creepy, grisly, splendid, spooky, frightening, joyful, inspiring, peaceful, or wrathful. We can just look at the whole thing. There's a lot of encouragement to do this, and meditation gives us the method. When I first encountered Buddhism, I was extremely relieved that there were not only teachings, but also a technique. A technique I could use to explore and test these teachings. I was told from day one that I had to find out for myself what was true. That's number 7. Find out for yourself. It's a big point that's emphasized. I keep mixing up my empathy and my emphasis lately. Though there is a lot of emphasis and empathy here, and a lot of empathy gained through emphasis of connection. Anyway, in Eastern philosophy, there's a big focus on practice. I think a one-word proof of that is yoga, because technically speaking, yoga is a school of philosophy. It's one of the 6 classical schools of Indian philosophy, up there with Vedanta and Sangha. So, yoga being a school of philosophy, what do we think of when we think of yoga? We think of what we do with our body. We think of what we do with our mind. It's an interactive kind of philosophy, a very practical kind, and the same is absolutely true for Buddhist teachings, that it's not enough to simply hear, called Shravana, which was discussed in our reading of the Vachanamrut today. We have to go further, engage in manana, engage in pondering over the teachings, and finally, nididhyasana, engage in supplementary practices to make it realizable. I learned a fourth state today from reading the Vachanamrut, and that is that it culminates in something called, wait for it, I forget the term, Sakshatkar, which is the next step. So thank you for listening. Oh, Shakira, you share when it comes to our reading, finding out for yourself. You share that you discard how you feel about your situations too much lately. That's an important observation. Are we honoring our own feelings? Because they're just as important as any other part of this experience. Our feelings can tell us a lot about our own surroundings and how we connect with it, what we're missing or what we're paying too much attention to. Our feelings, though they do not define us, still are important sources of information. Although we cannot decide what we are feeling at any moment, we always have the capacity to either resist or accept our feelings. We often talk about controlling one's feelings, but this appears to be a bit of a misnomer, because the control that we have is not over our feelings, but within our own response to the feelings. The feelings can be a response to a certain situation, but we have a response to the feelings itself, and we get to decide that response. Holly, you love that I said that they don't define us, as we're all always changing, evolving, growing. Yeah. Experiences of the feelings come in so many different forms, and they're always changing. You cannot stay in one feeling forever, and that's good news when it's a particularly bad feeling, one that we don't like, and it's sobering news for positive feelings. Sometimes we feel like we're on top of the world, and if we just stay like this, life is good. Other times we feel like we're at the bottom of the barrel of life, and it can't get any worse than this. And if we stay like this, there is no point in living. The good news and the bad news is that emotions are always changing. In 5 minutes from now, you'll feel a little different. Tomorrow, the next day. But you are never changing. And that's the big secret. No matter how many people we fall in and out of love with, no matter how many ups and downs we have in a day, no matter how many things we learn or forget, you are the same conscious witness that has seen through this whole life and this whole universe at that. And Shakira, you share that you think it's because your feelings are so negative. Sometimes you just have to discard it. Letting go of our feelings is one thing, but ignoring or repressing them is another. Letting go of our feelings means that we accept them, means that we honor them, we validate them actually. Holding on to the feelings is what it means to resist them, because we resist changing in and out of the sensation. Seems to be some air bubbles going up and down my throat. Thank you, Gabriella, for your pair of finger hearts. Here's a pair of finger hearts for you too. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Sappis, for your half-dozen finger hearts. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. And Michael Anthony Lee, thank you for your rose. You share that I remind you of your best friend so much. I'm happy that you see a friend in me. Zai Dreams, you ask, what is dissociation? Well, literally speaking, it's a portmanteau of dis, the prefix, meaning a reversal of, and association, which refers to our identification with something. In the context of psychology, it is often a survival mechanism that people develop through trauma in order to save themselves from, let's say, pain or abuse or trauma that they're unable to bear, unable to process. They dissociate from it. They literally take their sense of self and withdraw it, and so you don't feel like you are this person experiencing this world in this moment. But there is some cognitive dissonance there, because although from a spiritual sense it's true, you are not a person in true essence and Atma. This is your means of experiencing the world, and we should be engaged with it. So a yogi or a meditator experiences dissociation in a different way, where it's no longer of cognitive dissonance. It's now a technique used to abide within your true self and generate some space in between your mind and body. And I love that mantra, Lucy. Tare tu re soa. I believe it's the mantra that's on the prayer flag above me. And hello, Kay, for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Sue, thank you for your finger heart. Jai Sita Ram. And thank you, Michael, for your pair of roses. We had a question from Sensei Ilu. Is reincarnation just an illusion? We use the term illusion to describe Maya sometimes, only relative to Brahman. Maya means the material energy of God. Whatever the source of existence is, Maya is the material, the physical substance of that. Maya is sometimes translated to illusory, though this is a poor translation, but it does have significance relative to the source, Brahman. That Brahman, that ultimate unchanging reality, is in some sense more real because it does not go through periods of change. It is as it is. In the East, this can be used as a definition for what is real. That what is real is what is permanent, and what is unreal is what is changing. From this point of view, material existence, which includes all of the bodies we come into, is part of the illusory, the unreal nature, but that's relative to our real, unchanging nature as Atma, as abiding consciousness. Consciousness is not what reincarnates, it's what occurs to consciousness, which is independent from it. And hello, dear Sandy. And thank you, Ragnhildur, for your trio of roses. Radhe, Radhe. Hybrid Jen, thank you for your heart me. And Linda, thank you for your 19 roses as well. And that's right, Lucy. Those are Tibetan prayer flags. Although, you can fly them anywhere outside of Tibet also. Good night, Chloe. May you have a good shift tomorrow. And Corey, thank you for your heart me too. Michaela, you asked a pair of questions if I could define the divine, as I use it quite often, as well as answer who do I pray to. These are great questions, and to be honest with you, I purposefully use the word divine to be ambiguous, because the divine means many things to many people. And what it means to you is what I mean. I don't mean what it just means to me. I mean whatever it means to you. For example, for you, when you think of the divine, you may think of one particular form. Thus, when I say the divine, I want you to think of that. And another person might have something different come to mind when they use the word divine. So for them, I want you to think of that. So I'm using my words in a unique way, in that what I mean by it is consciously, intentionally something that might be different for you. And I want you to associate with it in the way that makes sense to you. So for this reason, I leave it undefined. I let you be the one who gets to define it. And you share that your name is Luxi for Lakshmi. That's beautiful. Thank you for teaching me. And who do I pray to? It's another question that's personal, and it may change for you also. Personally, I feel like I pray to everything, everyone, whoever's listening, because whatever form of the divine is responsible for me, they're listening. I don't even need to know who they are. As long as I'm praying, they are listening. Isn't it so? And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for your trio of rosas. Hari Om Tat Sat. I like those observations, Hybrid Jen. We can say that we feel divine. We can also say that a sign is divine, or that dream was divine, or goddess. Yeah. Refers to some higher essence in general. Happy to hear that. Mimer, Bear, and Sue have their own personal understanding. I love that. Sensei, you ask, are we literally the source or just a part of it? And if so, why call it God if God means higher? Excellent question. It would be most accurate to say that we are a part of it. We are a part of it that is experienced through this body, through this mind. Other beings are another part of that source. When we say that we are one with everything, it's because together everything is one. For example, a wave is one with its ocean, but not because the wave literally is the whole ocean, but because the water of the wave is the same as the water of the ocean. So too, when it comes to Atman and Brahman, when it comes to the self and the ultimate reality, the substance of Atman and the substance of Brahman is one and the same. And that substance is non-dual consciousness. It is Satchit Anandam. Existence, consciousness, bliss. And thank you, Hybrid Jen, for another trio of roses. And Hairspray Betty, thank you for your team bracelet. Hare Krishna. And Lakshmi. I'm just gonna have to call you Lakshmi. Lakshmi, you share that you need to make a call, so you'll be back soon. Of course, take your time. And Jay, thank you for your rose. Hari Om Tat Sat. Prab, you ask if I know Sadhguru. Not personally. I've never met him. But I have listened to many of his lectures. And hello, Eugene. You share that you miss my mathematical insights as you loved those vids, but you are thanking me for bringing the peace and love. My brother, I appreciate you. Do I still play with math magic? I have found a similar kind of magic in other aspects of my life at this moment, but that doesn't mean that the magic has disappeared for me. It has just taken me to new places. And thank you, Lindsay, for your 27 roses. Radhe Radhe. Side Dreams, thank you for your subscription too. And I hope I get to see you use the stickers. I hope you like them. And if there's any sticker that you feel like you would like, I'd be happy to add it for everyone. And I look forward to being here in any capacity that I can for you, as we are mutuals on this spiritual journey. And Sensei, you ask, do I believe that existence is eternal and cyclical, a never-ending experience of Brahman? If it wasn't eternal, then it wouldn't quite be Brahman. And if it wasn't cyclical, can it really exist? For it seems as though everything in existence, from electron orbitals all the way up to the swirlings of galaxies, exist in some kind of cycle. Cycles on epicycles on epicycles. Everything is coming from one place to another, back again. There seems to be a dance, symmetry through time, a vibration. Welcome back, Lakshmi. Now, Margaret, you ask if I have thoughts on giving a second chance. You are free to give as many chances as you want. You are the one that gets to set your own boundaries. And I trust your judgment with this. I believe that everyone is possible of redemption, but that doesn't mean that we can expect them to change. We can be as open as we can to someone's potential without causing harm to ourselves or others, in the most balanced way that makes sense to us. Hare Krishna. Hello, Anna. Mat Giza, you're wondering, have I listened to the band Beach House? It is transcendent music. I have not, but I thank you for sharing something meaningful with you. I appreciate that. And Lindsay, how many roses did you send in total? 18 plus another 9, and now 13, a baker's dozen worth of them. Thank you. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Jay, thank you for a subscription. Though it is but an elusive virtual possession, I still appreciate your intention of connecting with me, supporting this Sangha, and allowing me to share this journey with you. And for that, I thank you dearly. Thank you, Cesar. Sensei, you ask, is free will just an illusion, like our daily dream story programmed by mind? Of course. But who is the programmer? Who is the one that constructs the narrative? Who is the storyteller? In awareness, you have the freedom to be a witness, to illumine this world from the inside out. We have the freedom to take this awareness to various objects of our experience and withdraw them. though we might not be able to choose what occurs within this experience, we get to choose how we experience it, what sentiments we attach and connect with and to. Lakshmi, you are wondering, do I know the Shiva Tandava Stotram? I'm not sure. You'll have to give me the first verse and I'll tell you if I know this. Dreamweaver, you share that the internet is likened to a spiritual world in a way. This sort of non-reality we can access for info. It is a great blessing. It can be, at least. We just have to make the most use of it. Caro, you had asked how to stop reacting angrily. Well, whenever anger arises, we delay our reaction. Though we do not get to choose what triggers us, anger may arise, even if you're the Buddha. The difference between ourselves and a Buddha is that a Buddha can be angry but decide not to act on it. They're feeling anger, it's occurring to them, and they wait for it to pass. Maybe they go into meditation. And once they awaken from their anger, then they respond. Any emotion in which your intellect, your buddhi knows, and by the way, that's where the Buddha gets his name, comes from the Sanskrit word buddhi, which means the intellect. From some sense, linguistically, Buddha means the one who uses their intellect. And there was only ever one person who really did that. Thus they became known as the Buddha, the one with the buddhi. Now it's also related to the verb bodh, which refers to awakening, which refers to understanding, which is an aspect of the buddhi also, but I digress. We can use our intellect. By the way, we talk about the intellect in English as though it's just a part of one's mind. In Sanskrit, the buddhi is not a part of the mind. It's above it. There's something called the antakaran, which means the whole mental space, and that includes the manas, the mind. But above the manas is the buddhi, the intellect, which means that the buddhi, the intellect, is independent from the thoughts that are currently ongoing. It doesn't matter your current mindset, your thought space. Always is the intellect higher, able to transcend the mind. For example, when thoughts of anger arise, the intellect can choose to withdraw from the mind and refrain from making decisions, from discriminating, until it's more suitable for the buddhi to be expressed through the mind. This is a powerful and practical spiritual realization that in the scenario where an unfavorable mindset arises, we can refrain from acting until a more favorable mindset happens. Now, Enchantress Theodora, Theodora, 'Theodora, 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 'The You share that you did not people well today. That's a good verb. To people or to not people? Well, taken from a line of the Ashtavakra Gita, the great sage Ashtavakra says to King Janaka, abide in awareness without people, and you will be instantly free and at peace. You don't feel like a person today? That's great. Abide in awareness beyond persona. You will be at peace. Alright, Lakshmi, you share. Chata taviga lajala pravaha prapavi tastale gavela lambya lambitam. No, I'm unfamiliar with this, but it sounds beautiful, although I do not know its melody. It is a mantra for Teshiva, for forgiveness. I love that. Now, Hairspray Betty, thank you for your 6-finger hearts and your whipped coffee. Om Namah Shivaya. Lakshmi, you share the mantra comes from Ravana being trapped under a special mountain. That's beautiful. From the Ramayana, I guess. Sensei, you ask, how long should you forgive? It's an interestingly worded question, but I'm going to question the premise that forgiveness has any time component associated with it. Forgiveness is a way of letting go of something, and once you've let go of something, it's let go of. Isn't it so? Someone asks you to throw a rock into the ocean. You ask, how long should I throw it for? Oh, once it's thrown, it's thrown. Thrown happens. Now it's in the ocean. That is right, nobody. There is a sock on my microphone. I love that, Jay. Forgiveness is for you, not for the other. Maybe in our life we have had people come to us asking for forgiveness, and what they really mean by that word is that they want to be allowed in on our lives again. They want us to be vulnerable around them again. And perhaps according to these experiences, we have gained this understanding of forgiveness to have to do with being vulnerable again. That we let down our guard. However, the way in which we might have had people ask for forgiveness is not what forgiveness truly means. From a higher point of view, forgiveness, you can have your boundaries set. You can have them out of your life. You don't even have to speak to them ever again. But forgiveness is something internal that happens, where we let go of the bitterness that remains within us. Sensei, you're wondering, why don't I have a guest button? Well, the guest button, I guess, does not occur on the live stream setup that I have, which is through not my phone, but I'll show you through my laptop here on a software called TikTok Live Studio. We can even make an infinite fractal by putting the phone in front of the screen. Oh my goodness, it's ASMR Sunday. I remember discovering that when I was very young. I had this little camera that my dad gave to me, and I wanted to watch the movies I took with it on the screen. So I plugged the camera into the TV screen, but then it started showing on the screen, but the camera sensors were picking up. And then, of course, I accidentally put the screen in front of the camera, and then I was mind blown that the camera is looking at what's on the screen, but what's on the screen is what the camera is looking at. So what shows up? Infinite recursion. And that's how consciousness happens. And it is true, though. I did private my content, Sensei, but I trust that if you look into the link tree in my bio, that there's a frequently asked questions page, and the most pertinent questions relating to me that you might have are answered there. Now, thank you, Robbie, for your subscription too. Om Shri Mahalakshmi Namaha. And thank you for sending a subscription to Luke. That's very selfless of you, to gift something to someone else that you don't directly benefit from. I love to see that, not just because I benefit financially in the process, but because selfless generosity is something that I would love to see more of in the world. And I always look forward to the ways in which we are able to connect on the spiritual path together. Green eggs and fried brains. Thank you for your heart, Mito. Hello, G to Infinity. And thank you, Degs, for your hand hearts. And your heart, me too. Om Kring Kalikaye Namaha. And Mrs. Bougette, if I pronounced that right, you were wondering what language that is. It's a very ancient language known as Sanskrit. And Karo, you ask, do I have a favorite mantra? It would probably be the so-called Maha Mantra, the great mantra holding the 16 names of Narayan. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. And anyone can chant it at any time, at any speed, with any melody behind it. It's one of the rare mantras that have the entirety of the Lord's power to grant liberation, but also one that has no qualifications whatsoever. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your half-dozen roses. Hare Krishna. Oh, that is an O at the end of your name. Mrs. Bugetto. Thank you for telling me. And Vanessa, thank you for your trio of roses. Radhe Radhe. And hello, Claude. Sensei, you are wondering, will I die in sickness or in meditation? I leave that in the hands of the divine. All I know is that I'm alive here, now, still able to serve and love in this body. That's my primary concern. Lakshmi, you shared that you applied for a crocheting job, as you have been crocheting for 9 years now. I didn't even know you could have a crocheting job. That's really cool. They say if you pick a job that you love, you'll never have to work a day in your life. I hope the same is true for you in this position. Making links. I like that, Dreamweaver. Good to see you, Jay. And Robbie, thank you for your heart me. Hari Om Tat Sat. And hello, Denise. JT, you're wondering, have I been given a mantra by a Swami or been initiated? Not in this lifetime yet. And the tradition of passing down mantras, it is more of a tantric tradition. Many swamis, many monastic orders do not have this tradition, but I like it. I would like to be given a mantra. I think that'd be pretty neat. I think I just mixed the vowel of cool and the consonant of neat. Pretty neat. And Lakshmi, you share that you also crochet more than 40 hours a week. This week has been about 80 hours. My goodness. Well, if you ever wish to share some of your creative projects, I would love to see them. You like Newt? Many of you like Newt, it seems. It's what Pingu says, right? I love Pingu. And Southern Sun, thank you for your heart me. Your, an octet of best teams. Thank you. Jai Sachitanandam. And Robbie, thank you for your hand hearts too. Here's some for you too. And thank you, Tags, for another 25 roses and a quartet of ice cream cones. Jez, you ask, have I ever received a mantra during meditation? As in a mantra has come to you, revealed itself to you. There was one mantra that seemed to make itself appear in my mind, and I started chanting it for a little while. Om Brahm Bhairavaya Namo Namaha. No, wait. That is mantra I've heard before, but it was a variation of that one. It was expanded upon. Hara Om Tat Sat Brahm Bhairavaya Namaha. Hara is a name for Shiva, so is Bhairava. Bhairava is a secret name for Shiva, referring to Shiva not just as a destroyer, but as an annihilator. Hara is an equally powerful form of Shiva. Om Tat Sat is a famous trio of syllables. All mantras have, referring to creation, preservation, destruction, and the impersonal reality beyond. Tat refers to that, the immanent, and Sat refers to truth, what is transcendent. Hara Om Tat Sat means we are honoring Hara, the Om, as the Tat Sat, as that which is truth. Brahm means the essence of Bhairav. It's the Bija mantra, the Bija syllable for Bhairava. It invokes Bhairava's essence. Hara Om Tat Sat Brahm Bhairavaya means to Bhairava. Namaha, my salutations. This means that great form of Shiva, Hara, Om, that is the truth. Bhairava's essence, Bhairava, to thee my salutations. Hara Om Tat Sat Brahm Bhairavaya Namaha. That mantra, which is really just a combination of other mantras, came to me one day. And John, you share that? The resonance of my bell is very soothing. I like it too. Manjira. Thank you, John Simon, for your team bracelet. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your rosa. Radhe o Radhe. Now, Sensei, you ask, in a situation where physical violence is needed to defend myself, what will I do? I am not so certain. All questions have premises that we can accept without some introspection. The premise of this question is that there are situations in which violence is necessary. Oftentimes when we use the word necessary, we're talking about a cause, that something is a cause for some other happening. And there are two kinds of causes: necessary causes and sufficient causes. The difference between a necessary cause and a sufficient cause is that in a necessary cause, it means wherever you see a desired outcome, that it was necessary for a specific cause to have made it possible. Like, for instance, electricity is a necessary cause for a light to be shining. Because whenever a light is shining, I'm talking about a light bulb specifically, it is necessary that the cause of electricity flowing must have been there. And a sufficient cause means that there could be other ways to produce the same outcome, but wherever you see this cause, you will get the desired outcome. For example, electricity flowing through a light bulb is also a sufficient cause, because as long as there is electricity flowing through the light bulb, and you will see the outcome of light shining. So I believe the question that lies beneath the question that you asked is, what kind of cause is violence for, let's say, attaining peace in a situation? Is violence a necessary cause for peace or a sufficient cause in a situation where there is a physical alteration? Well, there are many ways in which we can find other modes of attaining peace. Therefore, violence is at the least not always necessary. Violence is not always sufficient either for peace, too. So, it greatly depends on the context. Is there a context in which violence is sufficient for peace? Maybe temporary peace? Maybe if we're taking an aggressor away from a victim, for example, that if the aggressor is not listening to reason, that we have to physically restrain them in some way. But is that sufficient for peace? Is this going to make the aggressor peaceful? Is this going to heal the victim? No. For that, loving kindness is necessary. And thank you, sweet Mia, for your rose, your quartet of ice cream cones, and a pair of tiny tinies. Yippee! And Southern Sun, thank you for your 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 flowers. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Robbie, thank you for your team bracelet and your best team. Hare Krishna. Karo, you share that you want to profit from your art, but you're scared nobody will like it. What you've described is the definition of karma, actually. That if you're doing something for a reward or for the avoidance of some negative consequence, then that's not a good reason to do something. And you've described both of them. Now, I don't mean to pick on you, but I do believe it's a teaching opportunity. That according to Bhagavad Gita, if we really want to succeed in life, we should neither do anything for profit or out of avoidance of some suffering. We should do it because we love to do it. You should do art because you love making art. And if people happen to love what you do and they want to pay for your service in expressing a part of them that they can relate to, then that's wonderful. But the point of your art should be primarily for self-expression. And that's the definition of being free from karma. To be free from karma means that everything you do has nothing to do with the outcome. Whether you're rewarded for it or punished for it, karma is not in the action, it's in our attachment of our action to some favorable or unfavorable outcome. Sensei, you ask, do I think oneness is impractical in this Maya. Duality is practical for survival. Many people are living in survival mode, but we don't have to be. There's a lot of unnecessary duality, us versus them mentality. This is the kind of duality that, when we let go of, will give rise to a great deal of peace. Non-duality can be impractical if we do not distinguish our needs from someone else's needs. That is why it is still important to acknowledge the differences that exist within material creation. In this way, duality is necessary for honoring the specific needs of individuals, and non-duality is necessary for understanding the way in which we are all the same at the level of consciousness. So we recognize both the separation we have with each other and the unity we have at heart. And thank you, Tiggs, for your 25 roses. Radhe or Radhe. Jays, you ask, how do we recommend getting out of survival mode? Healing from our trauma. We have a lot of unresolved trauma that puts us in a place of fight or flight. Attending to that, surrounding ourselves in an environment that is conducive to our growth, we begin to let go of our defense mechanisms and truly, genuinely be free within our vulnerability. Freedom is a tricky word because it's used in two different ways. We talk about freedom to do whatever you want. And then there's the freedom to be yourself. And one could not have the freedom of being able to do everything they want, but still have the freedom to be themselves and thus be peaceful. And one could have the freedom to do everything they want, but still not the freedom to be themselves, and thus they are unhappy. Freedom to be oneself is the most important kind of freedom for the inner world. And the inner world is where you are. Jackie, you share that you're afraid that karma is chasing you down for mistakes that weren't intentional. Does intention make a difference? Absolutely. You talk about karma as if it's this other entity chasing you. Karma means our own expectations we have for the outcome of our actions. For example, let's say you have a partner and you do all these things for your partner. You buy them lots of gifts, you take them out for dinner, you clean the house, you listen to them, but you're attached to this idea that if you do all of these things, then you deserve something in return. Maybe that means intimacy. You know, some people have this mindset that I deserve pleasure from you if I do all these things for you. That's karma. The karma was that we are doing something out of an attachment to some outcome. Whether that outcome is to gain something, or at the very least avoid something. When you go into an action, it may lead to favorable outcome or unfavorable outcome. If it's a favorable outcome, we call that good karma, a good action. If it's unfavorable karma, they call it, well, if it's an unfavorable outcome, they call it bad action, bad karma. But the karma is not the action. Although karma literally translates to action, karma is not the outcome either, although it does have reference to the fruits of our karma. The suffering that's associated with karma is the attachment to the outcomes for everything we do. To be bound by our karma, that is to say, to be bound by our actions, means to have some intention going into the action where we gain something. But this is out of our control. Thus we're destined to either suffer or experience joy based on a dice roll. To be free of this association means that we make peace with whatever outcome we have in life. And if you feel like you are suffering from the consequences of past actions, it's likely because you went into the things you did with certain expectations that can't realistically be fulfilled. Thus, the way out of karma, the way out of bondage, is to surrender to the idea that favorable outcomes, unfavorable outcomes are not in our control. We do control, however, our intention, and that makes the biggest difference. And don't take my word for it. This is the definition of karma given in the original source, the Bhagavad Gita, from more than 5,160 years ago. This was sung on the battlefield of Kurukshetra in the Mahabharatam War. And the entirety of the 3rd chapter of this book is all about karma yoga. Karma being the word that's translated here as action. Of course, there absolutely are consequences to actions. But the suffering does not take place in the consequence or lack thereof. Interestingly enough, the real suffering occurs in the mind as we suffer from our own attachment to having attained something that we did not make peace with. Redhead Rage, you ask, is that why it's said that magic brings karma, even if it's good magic? Whatever you do, if you go into an action with an attachment to some particular outcome, that you're intending on gaining something or avoiding something else, then you are bound by that karma. And you know, I'd like to be super clear here on our word choice. Since karma literally means action, it's not that some of us have karma, it's that we are bound to our past karmas, to our past actions. So everything that we do is karma, is an action. But we are bound by our karma, we are bound by our actions if there's some expectation we set up to be fulfilled without having made peace with whatever outcome. Hello, Phi Omega. Sensei, you ask, have I seen through my past lives through meditation? No. That's right, Amanda. There is a sock on the microphone. Before we go into any action, this is the secret to being free from our bondage. All we have to do is ask, in the worst case scenario, would I still want to have made this action? And will I be able to remain humble? Seriously, in the best case scenario either. If honestly, you can say that you've made peace with any outcome, then that action has no karma associated with it. Well, I'm misusing the word again. The action, the karma, does not bind you under any conditions. And you can imagine this to be the case too. Because if you've truly made peace with the outcome of your action, then your action will have no effect on your happiness. We turn our attention to the pursuit of the action itself rather than the pursuit of what it may or may not lead to. Can I say that one more time? Sure am. The secret to being free from being bound by our karma, by being bound by our action, is to go into the action without attachment to any outcome. That our happiness isn't banking on the fact that we'll get this or lose that we've made peace with the result. That is to say, if you are striving to just put in your best effort, whatever you are doing, without any intention of gaining or losing anything, then you are not bound by your action. And honestly, this is a great way of making good actions too, good karma. Because if you haven't made peace with the potential consequences, you probably shouldn't be doing this action. Good night, Amanda. It's confusing because we use the word karma in a non-technical way most of the time. We use it in reference to good deeds and bad deeds and rewards and punishments. So maybe it would help to just forget everything you know. The technical usage of the term karma literally translates to action. Karma means action. If you're walking, that's a karma. If you're singing, that's a karma. If you're taking care of someone, that's a karma. The word good and bad is subjective. The outcomes of our action, that's called the fruit of karma. Not the karma itself, but the fruit of karma. A fruit can either be favorable or unfavorable. To be free of your karma, to be free of your action and its consequences, that's an inner discernment we must make beforehand, where we surrender ourselves to any outcome, then there is no bondage there. Jackie, well said. You want guilt-free karma. You do not wish to regret your actions. That is why it's so important to make peace with the outcomes. And you make peace with the outcomes, but you also only perform actions that you have made peace with. Some actions you just simply cannot make peace with, like hurting someone else. If you really think about it, the consequences can be such that it's almost impossible to make peace with. So these are not karmas to engage in. And thank you, Ostlending, for your quintet of tiny dinies and a half dozen roses. Yippee! If you don't like the possible outcomes, then either that means two things. Either we have to understand how you will not be changed in any outcome, no matter how poor it is. You trust yourself to be able to find happiness. Or, if that's not possible, then this isn't something we should be engaging in. And Sensei, you're wondering, when an animal reincarnates to human, how does it work? That's, I believe, the 6th verse of the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. In one verse, it describes how reincarnation works. Yeah. This one verse is what decides everything to do with reincarnation. Whatever state of being one remembers in the end while giving up their body. O Kaunteya, they're talking to the son of Kunti, Kaunteya. That very state they will attain because of their persistent thought of it. So, making this practical, if Jackie wants to change into a bird and fly away, then that will be what you will have to remember in the end because of your persistent thought of it. Which means that until then, you'll have to persistently think of birds. Likewise, it's very, 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 very rare for an animal to reincarnate into a human animal. Why? Because it's very, 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 very rare that an animal will persistently think about humans in their life and continue to do so at the time of death. But can any of you give me an example where an animal may remember a human at the time of death? This is a good puzzle for you. If this is what decides their next life, then what would be an example of an animal who thinks of a human, and even in their last moments? When we are holding them and they die, that's a great example, Jackie. Your cat would for sure, Redhead Rage. Yeah. Our pets, yes, Marlon, that's the answer I was looking for. Surely, if there was any animal that keeps a human form in their mind when they die, it's likely either one that was with them as they die or one that was with us our whole life, like zoo animals or pets. According to this logic, that force of their thought, their vritti, their thought force, is what sets up the next incarnation. Linda, you share that your dog passed away looking into your eyes. I can't imagine they were thinking about anything else but the love they had with you. Yeah, when we hold them, then they die, Denise. And thank you, M, for your octet of roses. Hare Krishna. It's also a lot to do with the intention that we have in that last thought. Perhaps the most important part of, let's say, a pet imagining their owner as they pass on is that they loved them, that they looked up to them, and that in some sense they wanted to be like them. Now, it's a great question, Chelsea. You may notice that we're only talking about the last thought here. Why is it that only the last thought determines? And what about all the other thoughts we have? Although our last thought is indeed what determines it, because it's like the final trajectory, it's the final vector pointing in that direction of form, that doesn't mean every other thought we've had is irrelevant when it comes to our next life. For one, whatever we think of throughout our whole life, it's just more likely that when the time of death comes, we'll be thinking of that. It's a probability thing. So it befits us to be thinking good, powerful, opening, uplifting, inspiring thoughts always. But also, at the time of death, our mind is going to have a whole bunch of thoughts emerge from our whole life. As they say, their life flashes before their eyes. Well, whatever the most powerful thought was throughout the whole of their life, that's likely going to be the thought that remains after all of these thoughts come and go too. Yeah, as Redhead Rage shares, it's said that when you die, your brain projects 7 minutes of your powerful memories, the biggest impressions. And this has so many different offshoots of conversation, isn't it? It's a very powerful verse, the 6th one from the 8th chapter of Bhagavad Gita. It should be inspiring to everyone who's devotional, and it gives purpose to your devotion. Let's say that there's a form of the divine that really speaks to your heart and you want to be with them. Well, then your last thought is going to be the key, the doorway to being with them in whatever part of reality or plane of existence they are a part of. Consciousness merges with that. And if we feel like we want to come back to this world and there's not something that we completed in this life, but we want to be even more able to complete it in the next, then we go about and keep that in our heart. In our next life, we will surely attain the right body in order to complete that magnum opus. Now, I would love to read a poem with you all. A little break in topic. I'm just going to open to a random page from the Pocket Rumi, a book of poetry by the Sufi mystic Rumi. This will be a good interim. Today we are reading Become More by Dying. This is a poem from 800 years ago. Oh, my noble friends, slaughter this cow if you wish to raise up the spirit of insight. I died to being mineral and was transformed. I died to vegetable growth and attained to the state of animals. I died from animality and became Adam. Why then should I fear? When have I become less by dying? Next, I shall die to being a human being, so that I may soar and uplift my head among the angels. Yet I must escape even from that angelic state. Everything is perishing except his face. Once again I shall be sacrificed, dying to the angelic. I shall become that which could never be imagined. I shall become non-existent. Non-existence sings its clear melody. Truly, unto him shall we return. Thus, Rumi too appears to describe the process of becoming from one form to another, based on what we keep with our hearts, such as his face. Rumi was a big devotee of the Father. That was a nice coinky dink, wasn't it? Just flipped to that page, but all is the grace of the universe. Can't take credit for that. And thank you, Beach, for your Heart Me and Best team. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Queen Rock Forever, thank you for your community fest. Jai Sita Ram. Oh, I love your poetic response, Dreamweaver. That poem took me into the other side to witness that transformative process to return anew. And Hybrid Jen, thank you for your 7 roses too. Sensei, you ask, how do I explain the problem of dualism in philosophy, interaction of soul and body? We understand soul to be the substrate of the body. Soul is akin to water. Body is akin to wave. Water is the substrate of wave. Awareness is the definition of a soul. Wherever there is shining awareness, there we find conscious living soul. Because awareness is the substrate of all of material existence, including the body, then it is through concentration and dispersion of that awareness which ultimately controls the experiences of the senses. For the lower self, the limited, the conditioned soul, this includes the body. For the higher self, the unconditioned super soul, this includes the entirety of existence. Through the force of awareness flowing itself, different things come in and out of being. So too, through the flow of our awareness, our body goes through various changes and is compelled in and out of action. So we consider awareness to be the water which makes up the waves being the body. What is the role of the brain? The role of the brain is the hardware for the software. Software is a series of instructions and commands. The hardware is what carries out those series of instructions and commands. Mind is the software of the brain. Brain is the hardware of the mind. Consciousness is the user. Just as user, hardware, and software are different, so too consciousness, mind, and body are distinct. Body includes brain. And thank you, Strawberry Star Bunny, for your popcorn. Hari Om Tat Sat. And Beach, thank you for your community fast. Hare Krishna. Good night, Jess. Minda. Minda is your name. I shall remember. And thank you, dear Beach, for your community fest or pair of music plays. Do you have multiple accounts, or do you just change your name from time to time? Glad you share. It is a massive vanilla pudding. Brain equal pudding. You were funny tonight. Nadinaya, you share that you try to stay aware of your faults and bad habits or loops, but you feel like you become so aware that you want to distract or procrastinate. How do you get centered? Great question. It's good that you are aware of your faults and bad habits. We balance that with virtue seeking in others and fault finding in ourselves. If we just fault find, then we can never substitute our bad habits with good habits. And if we're just virtue seeking, then we'll never work on our own self. So to balance it, we recognize our mistakes, and then we look around us, maybe through the experiences of others or stories, for what we can do better. And then we work on that also. Half the battle is becoming aware of what you're going wrong with. The other half of the battle is being inspired to make that positive change. And if you're inspired to do so, then that counteracts the feeling of heaviness and weight associated with the fault finding, because then you're giving your fault finding purpose. Great. Now I'm aware of my potential. How can I then manifest that? Let me become aware of that too. Then we become someone who's learning, someone who's growing, evolving, healing. It's a process that we look forward to, because we balance the negative with the positive. You have two accounts, one for work and one for personal. That makes sense, Beach. I'm happy you like the pride flag. Of course, it's important that those whose voices are undermined have representation. And Sensei, you ask, can an Abrahamic member do to achieve enlightenment? Of course, they just call it something different. They might call it salvation or illumination. We might talk about it differently and go about it differently as well. But it's the ultimate peace is what we're all aiming for, just from different directions. And whatever direction you find yourself situated to go towards that is the direction I wish for you to continue in. Eve Ruk, you ask, if one conscience, why are all of us so different? How the users are so many? There is a distinction between conscience and consciousness. A conscience is a part of your mind, probably the buddhi in Sanskrit, that deals with discerning between what's real, what's good for you, and what might not be so much so. Consciousness is the space of experience. There's one space of experience, but different local, you could say, reflections or amplifications of that. Different minds. We have different minds. But our different minds are pervaded by the same consciousness. But because thoughts are limited to a mind, then consciousness being experienced in one mind is not going to be able to become privy to the thoughts that's occurring in another mind. We have different bodies. As such, we have different minds. But the self that is within me is the same self that is within you. It's hard to understand when we associate so much with what is unique to what's going on here and dissociate from what's going on over there, for example. The more we are identified with our mind, the more difficult it is to understand this point. And the more we relieve ourselves of this limited identity and recognize consciousness, the more easier it is understood that there is just one I amness, and that I amness is experiencing itself through all of our bodies and minds. Individually, simultaneously. Like the sun shining is an ancient metaphor for this. There's one sun in our solar system, but there's many places that we see the reflection of that sun. In this puddle, and that pond, and this plane of glass, and someone's eyes. There are many different reflections of the same light. And depending what it is that is doing the reflection, we get different colors shining through. Depending on how still the water is, the ripples might bend the light into different forms. We get a genuinely unique experience of the sun everywhere it's reflected. But because of the diversity of the light, we come to the conclusion that there's a diversity of light sources, of individual consciousnesses. And this is the mistake. Because there's one light source, but many surfaces to reflect that source upon. Marcy, you come in here with this great truth that stuffed animals are greater than pillows. That's sweet. I like that. Now thank you, Beach, for another music play and community fest and fire. Hare Om Tat Sat. It's not that I am the universe. It's that we are the universe, right? It's that we share that identity. Focus, you ask, does the Bible have some great messages? Beauty is always in the eye of the beholder. And if you find beauty in any particular spiritual text, that's real. And it's the beauty which is real. Words can be interpreted, misinterpreted, but if you find a perspective which illumines your life, would suddenly become a shining reflector of that source, then you found something truly great. Absolutely. Sensei, you ask, why is nature seemingly designed for brutality, like animals, for example, lions eating buffaloes? Good question. Consider it like this, that conscious beings, they get to choose what they want to do with our body. How we direct our body, we begin to adapt in that way. Unfortunately, through a long history of making choices, some animals have become dependent on other animals for food. This is the process of evolution. That when resources become scarce and there is a lack of knowledge of your true self, then we begin to step over other beings' boundaries and start taking some of their resources for our own. It is a form of ignorance, but it's also a grace in disguise, because whenever we do engage in kindness and peace, that means we have a conscious choice in the matter, that we are given the freedom to do what we want with our bodies, which empowers the goodness that we're capable of. And that soul that's within me is the same soul that's in a lion. Maybe the last thing that a lion sees is their own kitten, and they see the preciousness of that being. And so in their next life, they change a little bit from a lion to a domesticated kitten. And maybe in that kitten's last life, they look up into the eyes of their owner, and they become like that in their next life. Just as there is a physical evolution of body, there is a spiritual evolution of body, that we go from one body to another. Us souls, we seem to learn by negation, that we do everything wrong before we find out what is right. We stick our hand in fire only then to appreciate not getting burnt. So too we might go through many lives in which we cause harm, only to eventually take a form in which we understand the beauty of vulnerability and the preciousness of life. That is why it is said the spiritual path takes many lifetimes. There's so many deep lessons we have to learn. And Helen, thank you for your rose, too. You're very welcome, Katie. I love your constant flow of questions, Sensei. Does meditation cure physical health? Well, I won't be one to tell you that you can meditate your way out of everything. It's important to also take practical steps like making healthy lifestyle changes and recognizing the importance of modern healthcare. But meditation does have many positive effects on one's health. Absolutely. I think studies have shown that people who are mindful, they engage in mindfulness practices like meditation, their immune response is often a lot quicker, that their body fights off diseases faster, and of course they also just make better choices, which leads to better choices when it comes to health as well. I think all that plays a role. And I love that ember, or shall I say ember. You are a function of what the universe is doing, in the way that a wave is what the ocean is doing. That's nice. We are part human, part being. The human is our doing. Our essence is our being. And Jen, thank you for the let 'em cook also. Ember, you shared your favorite Alan Watts quote. I love that. Thank you for sharing. It's natural to be overwhelmed by current events, Starlight Wow. Always remember that worry, especially when it comes to the world, is a sign of your light. How so? Because you recognize that there's a better way for things to be. That's actually miraculous in and of itself. I hope to expand on that point. The very fact that you can worry, the very fact that you know that there's better ways to be in this world, proves that you see beyond what's happening. That in your heart, you know that there are expressions of life that can evolve from this, that can grow past our differences. And that's proof of the fact that your essence is divine, that you carry a piece of the source with you and its infinite expression. You are able to see not only the world, but you have superimposed upon it all of the good that's possible. Or, reversely, that of all of the good that's possible, of that infinite background, there is a superimposition we call the world, the Maya, the material existence. And you are able to see through the veil of Maya and know in your heart what's true, what's real, what's lovely. Though this doesn't change the world, it changes our perspective, because we know that the potential is so much more real, as that is where peace can be found. And for as long as we have a body in this material world, we have the ability to bring out some of that potential, to reach beyond the veil of ignorance and engage in compassion and understanding and all of these potential aspects that we see possible for this world. Thank you, Starlight Wow, for your quintet of tiny dinies. Yippee! Goodbye, Lakshmi. Om Shrim Mahalakshmaye Namaha. You don't want to use all your data. I don't want you to use all your data on me either. Goodbye, dear. And hello, Ali. And Sensei, you're wondering, are there really nature entities like dwarves and thoughts on possession? It's a good question. The first part of the question, I've not experienced this myself, so I can't really speak on it. Maybe I'm not sensitive to whatever energy they're a part of. I don't know. I'll leave it to others who are, but possession. Now we have a physical body, but we also have a subtle body. Like in our dream state, we still have a kind of eyes that can see, ears that can hear, skin that can feel, tongue that can taste, nose that can smell, but it's not our physical body. How do we know this? Well, because our eyes are literally closed and yet we're seeing stuff. Therefore, sight is independent from our eyes. That our eyes can be closed, but in dream, we still see many things. So our subtle body is able to see, and instead of seeing the conscious world, we see the subconscious world. A subtle body may be without a body. And a body may be without a subtle body. We call that a dead body. But a subtle body without a physical body, we call a spirit or a ghost or a phantom or a ghoul. And they come in different flavors. You know, the real peaceful ones we call angels. The ones who are suffering, we call them demons or devils. But they're beings just like us, just without a physical body. We also, here's another name for them. Thought. That a thought is really a subtle body. Just as we talked about earlier, that our final thought is what decides our next body. Every thought is like a little being, one with a simple message to share. If a particularly nasty thought gets into someone's mind, well, they can become possessed by that thought. Possessed meaning they own them. They become controlled by that thought. Also, particularly beautiful thoughts can start running the ship, and wonderful things happen when suddenly we are inspired to do great things out of nowhere. We are just there at the right time, the right places for people, and they say, wow, you're like an angel. Well, next time anyone says that, you can say, well, it's because an angel has entered my mind at this moment. A positive thought is an angel. A negative thought is a devil, a demon. Positive thoughts can go from one person to another just as negative thoughts can go, because they exist not physically, but subtly. Every thought is a being, is a form of consciousness. And thank you, Mischief, for your disco love. Radhe or Radhe. And Jewel, thank you for your heart meet tone. Ember, you share that you've never had any sort of spiritual experience before, but you'd like to. You don't think you can pick. The good news is that you don't have to go searching for a spiritual experience or choosing from a selection of them, because you are already having one. We are not human beings having spiritual experiences. We are spirit having human experiences. Spirit means the essence of who you are. Some people call it soul. We have words for it in modern English, but many people forget that it refers to the same thing. Consciousness is another word for spirit, awareness, or witness as well. The spiritual path is ultimately to go in search of one's own source of awareness, from where this experience of life originates, and to discover that its source is the essence of who you are, and that it cannot be destroyed, nor created or changed. Yeah, we don't get to decide our experiences, but we do get to decide how we experience them. We decide the how, but not the what. Thank you, Dee. I appreciate you. And hello, dear Danzuela. And Jessica, you ask, what is the difference between these quote-unquote ASMR lives and my usual ones? In content, no difference. In delivery, I might have a more dynamic range of expression, and I might go into things deeper. Whereas this day, this ASMR Sunday, it has emphasis on total relaxation and affirmation and validation. On other days, we can go bananas. We can explore lots of concepts. But today, we just try to be grounded. Your tears are beautiful, Dee. Sensei, you ask, why do gurus show not their siddhis, their spiritual powers, so science will believe? Because if you're unable to have faith in something without some logical reasoning behind it, then one can never be truly happy, because the greatest things in life are beyond reasoning, are beyond our rationality, our ability to logically analyze. If consider it like this. You go into a bank and you give them some money. But before you let go, you tell them that you want to see the money in your bank account go up before you give this money. They'll tell you that you're crazy because it's not how it works. You have to surrender, and then with trust, the number in your bank account will increase. And it works like that. It's funny if we put it like this, but it's serious when it comes to spirituality. For example, we want to see the ultimate peace, source of everything, before committing to the spiritual path. That is to say, we want to experience the ultimate without putting in the effort. Now, in theory, we could get this taste without putting in any effort, but it wouldn't be as sweet. Because part of the sweetness of the experience is our conscious choice to engage in it. Just like food that you make yourself tastes better than food that's prepared for you. As we put in the work, our own enlightenment becomes that much sweeter. We are put in places according to our karma. And if it is time for someone to reveal their siddhis to you, then that means you've unlocked that ability to be privy to this experience, that you've already put in some work to get there. And now you get to experience the grace of all your good deeds come to fruition. You have that opening darshan, that sight, that view of something beyond, and then it inspires you to keep going on the spiritual path. Thank you, Inal. Tattvam Asi. Redhead Rage, you share that some things can't be apprehended with rational thinking. Carl Jung said something like that. Jessica, you're wondering, do I smoke the greens? I used to. I believe that plant medicines can be useful. Sometimes we abuse our medicine. That was the case for me. I went into this medicine and I didn't understand that it was a medicine. It's here to provide a cure to my limited ways of thinking. And after it did that, I still kept taking the medicine, thinking that I was gaining something from it. But a medicine, if you keep using it, that implies two things. It implies that you don't respect it as a medicine, as being able to cure you of something once and for all, and it becomes a poison. Just like if you were really sick and you kept drinking Pepto-Bismol, if you kept eating your vitamin gummies, if you kept getting vaccinations past the threshold where it's not going to do anything more, now it's going to adversely affect your health. So, as a medicine, once it's done its job, and by the way, what is the job of psychoactive substances? They are psychoactive. They are here to activate your psyche. They are here to amplify your senses and get your mind into an expanded state. How do you know when that's happened? well, you just start thinking differently about things. You start becoming interested in more than you were in your individual identity that you had before. It happens very quickly. And for most people, just once is all you need. If you're really stubborn, you might need a couple doses, maybe 3 times. And after that, it just becomes an entertainment for you, that we're trying to get and experience that we've already learned from. After a few experiences, I think it's time to respect the medicine and leave it back with Mother Earth. Remember, for example, cannabis. It is classified by various psychoactive molecules called cannabinoids, and they bind to cannabinoid receptors in your brain. We actually have a whole class of cannabinoids called endocannabinoids. Endo meaning within. Endocannabinoids are produced by the body, by our lifestyle choices, and are influenced by our perspective of the world. So you can truly be high on life without ever touching anything. The reason substances work is because they engage with our inner faculties. All of those inner faculties can also be engaged from within also. And if you can get to that point where all it takes is a kind of meditative reminder to put you in that state, then you're high on life. There's a story of Ram Dass and his guru, Neem Karoli Baba, when he went to India. For Ram Dass, he had this opening experience through LSD. And he was a Harvard psychologist. And he was able to legally obtain some for psychology research. Now, he eventually, I think he got kicked out of his job or something because he started taking it himself, which was against protocol. But he had this big opening experience that led him to India because he wanted to know more about this heightened state of consciousness that appears to be prevalent naturally through Eastern spirituality. Yes, Dr. Richard Alpert and Timothy O'Leary. So Dr. Richard Alpert became Ram Dass, the servant of Rama, under the guidance of this guru in India, Neem Karoli Baba. And when he met this spiritual teacher, he did something really stupid, but it led to a very great experience and bonding moment with his teacher. He offered his teacher LSD, and he held out his hand, and he had a whole sheet of tabs. Maybe he could have explained that you just break off one and take it. But Neem Karoli Baba took the whole sheet and went, ooh. Sucked on it, swallowed it. And Ram Dass, oh my god, can you imagine him? There's this random old man in another place. He's going to get arrested because this guy's going to jump off a bridge or something, and he's going to be responsible for his death. No one, that's like, how many multiples the recommended dose, let alone the recommended dose for a beginner. So what happened was that his guru, who was always known as the Blanket Baba because he was always carrying his blanket with him. I just love that, the Blanket Baba. He put the blanket over his head, and underneath, who knows what was happening. He was rocking back and forth, making strange noises, and this went on. And Ram Dass was becoming increasingly concerned as it was, hitting him. Any second now, he's gonna really lose it. Ram Dass saw his guru take off the blanket and go blah. And then he started laughing. And then he was acting normal again. He did that whole skit just to scare him. And he was perfectly fine the rest of the day. Nothing happened. Why is this a significant moment for Ram Dass and his guru? Because his guru was unaffected by not 1 but 10 whatever times the dose that gave him this incredible opening experience. And for his guru to not be affected by that, do you know what that means? It means that he must have already been in that state, or have known everything that this experience was revealing. There was nothing more to be experienced. So that's how Ram Dass really knew that he found a guru, a qualified teacher who was able to direct him into that state of knowingness without any external substance. And thank you, Edmo, for your heart me. Radhe Radhe. Yeah, Dr. Richard Alpert and Uncle Tim went very different directions in their spiritual pursuit. Ram Dass was able to put down the psychedelics and immerse himself in something not dependent on them. He went a little deeper, much deeper actually. And thank you, Naoko, for your rose too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Starlight, wow, you're feeling really sad and overwhelmed now and recently. It's a spiritual malaise for you. What can you do? Allow yourself to be sad and recognize that the feeling of being overwhelmed comes from the belief that you need to understand it all. You don't need to understand everything that's happening, not even in your own mind, let alone the world. All you have to understand is that wherever you are, regardless of what's happening, your peace, your happiness can never falter. Only by giving our power away to our circumstances to dictate our happiness do we become unhappy. But the power of happiness is given by you, and your essential nature is happiness supreme. I love that, Einal. Hello, Gaia. And Julie, you're wondering, are we going to do a guided meditation tonight? That's a great idea. Yeah, we can do that. In fact, it's a good time to begin to wrap things up for tonight. Thank you, Helen, for your rose. In wrapping things up tonight, let's go through 3 things together. First is a question of the day. What is your favorite way to love yourself? To show yourself that you are worthy of care? What is your favorite way to express privately all the love in your heart and sit with it. And I'm sorry to hear that, Gaia. The good news is that no matter how badly our story gets misinterpreted by others, the divine knows that background of the universe, and as long as they know our story, that's all that matters. Never give up, even in darkness, shares D. I love you, Gaia. I don't know if you're saying that to me or for the question of the day, but telling ourselves that we love ourselves is important also. Ember, you share brushing your teeth because you're working on being better at it for your health. I like that. It's simple. Voice, shares D. A voice is so lovely. Having one. Jai Satchitananda. Gina, you share by eating more of your favorite food, salad. I love that your favorite food is salad, Gina. I think that's very pure. Love, love, love. Either this is a difficult question, or people that are so at peace right now that they're happy with other people answering, or they're asleep. Kaylee, you share that you love yourself by giving yourself space. I like that. Would you explain how you give yourself space? An example of which I feel like that'd be very useful. Julie, you share by spending time with nature and animals, doing what gives you joy as it fills your heart. Little travel bug, you share that you wish your favorite food was salad, but it's cheesecake. Yeah, they are very different foods. Gina, do you like cheesecake too? And Rebecca, you share, catching my lives is self-care for you. What? And you love that you get to share that with your boyfriend too. I'm happy to have you both here. Much love. Kaylee, you don't condemn yourself for feeling negative emotions. You allow space for yourself to feel it all. Wonderfully said. Cameron, you share, allowing yourself permission to be your weirdest self, you think. I love that. Donsuela, you take care of your physical well-being and give space for your mind by means of creating art. That's beautiful. Never let a disaster keep you down. It's powerful, D. And M, you're not sure. That's okay. It's a learning process. share. You share that you show yourself love by helping your family. Cosmic Woman, you share knowing yourself as God and everything. Isabella, you share by being kind to yourself, by allowing yourself to dream, shares Anna. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you, Gabriella, for your heart me and pair of roses. Christine, you missed a lot of my live, but you are going kayaking tomorrow with your puppy, and that will help a lot. With your puppy? That's awesome. I want to see pictures of that. Maybe don't bring a phone in a place that could get water damage, though. Donsuela, you share recently you've begun to chant regularly. This is a new way you've shown yourself and the universe love. That's wonderful. Thank you, Gabriella, for your pair of team bracelets. And Isabella, thank you for your finger heart. Here's one for you too. And hello, dear Ingrid. In this body, I am 22 Enal. And Kayla, you share that giving yourself space from thought is also a nice way to love yourself. Yes. And Cher, you're wondering, what does the bell ringing mean? I guess whatever you want it to mean. I just think it's a beautiful sound, and because you are all beautiful people, I hope to surround you with part of yourself, part of beauty. Cameron, you share that you think being here is a new way to show yourself love. Well, if you mean here in the Sangha, I'm so happy to have you here. And if you mean here in the present moment, more generally, yes, definitely. Thank you, sweet Mia, for your tiny diny. Yippee! Now, I thank you all, dear viewers, for exploring this question of the day with me. You share that you love your children the way you wish to be loved, and the way your child self needed to be loved, and that's so healing. Jennifer, you're wondering if I can speak on overwhelm and how I handle it. I honor my body's limitations. If my sensory experience has been maxed out enough to see, then I'll close my eyes or go somewhere dark and simple. If my ears have been maxed out and things to hear, then I might go to a quiet place. If I'm feeling like I felt too many feelings for me to really process consciously right now, then I'll go to a place in which I can process that. Honoring the body's needs, taking it into a comfortable environment. And if you can't do that, take your mind into a comfortable environment. That can help reduce the sensory load, and we may begin to unpack and process what we've experienced. In Redhead Rage, you shared that, well, you love yourself when you allow you to be yourself without thinking others' judgments, which is most of the time. They say there's 4 versions of yourself. There's how you really are. There's how we think we are. There's how others think we are. And how we think that others think we are. And of them, how you really are is what you really are. And that's enough. And Ingrid, you share that you show yourself love when you allow your feelings to happen without self-gaslighting. I think it's profound that you've taken the concept of gaslighting and reminded everyone that sometimes we can fall into that with our own communication with ourselves. That's a wonderful reminder. And thank you, Shar, for your community crown and a bubble tea. Hari Om Tat Sat. Gaia, you ask, what are my hopes when in love? Being in love is when all my hopes and fears dissolve. When there is nothing that needs to be changed, and that everything that is changing is needed. Dansuela, you ask, what is my favorite way to show myself love? By honoring the fact that a piece of me is within everyone, and therefore I can love the universality of myself by loving everyone around myself. And with that, let us continue into our penultimate segment. Let's read from this viewer-submitted book, In Love at Ease, Everyday Spirituality with Brahmhuk Maharaj. At the end of this book, I might have the opportunity to interview the author, Yogi Trivedi. So, while reading, if any thoughts arise that you would like to know from the one whose words these are coming from, let me know after some thought, and I'd be honored to share that with them if I get the chance. They're right now going through a PhD, so they might be too busy, and that's totally understandable. No expectations. And thank you, Shar, for your beautiful paper crane too. Hari Om Tat Sat. Without further ado, we're reading from the 5th chapter of In Love at Ease today. This chapter is called At Ease. Being at ease. Well, can be difficult for all of us, but easier for Swamishri. Let's see how we can learn from Swamishri. To be at ease is to use laughter as an antidote for anger. Swamishri knew when to laugh and when to make others laugh by using his wit to pacify. It was a masterful skill that took on one of the hardest obstacles to overcome on the spiritual path, anger. Swamishri just finished an evening sabha, an evening spiritual assembly, in the village of Dabhan in Gujarat. It was 10:30 at night, and Swamishri's eyes showed how tired he was, as anyone would be after visiting 60 homes in 3 different villages on the same day. Swamishri was walking back to his room when he heard someone calling his name from behind. He turned around and saw a man running in his direction. "Pramukh Swami, I heard that you were in my village today. I have built a new home there, and I wanted you to visit for a padramani, for a household visit for devotees. You did not come earlier today. Can we go now?" The bhaktas, the devotees walking with Swamishri, were infuriated by the suggestion. Bhai, brother, look at the time. The only thing Swamishri can do now is rest. Please do not insist. The bhakta asked again. Swamishri asked the attendants to prepare the car and grab his pug from the room, an article of clothing. On the way to Piplag, the bhaktas and sadhus, the devotees and monks, complained about the man's unsuitable persistence. Everyone was upset, except for Swamishri. Even after entering the home, Swamishri could sense the hostility in the air. He did not want the man to remember his visit by the tense mood set by those around him. He was looking for an opportunity to lessen the stress in the room. The man brought warm shiro to offer Swamishri. Swamishri took the shiro in his hand and let out a sigh. My good man, the shiro is burning hot. How can I offer it to God? The man felt terrible. I am so sorry, Swamishri. Let me cool it down for you. He saw Swamishri grin as he grabbed the plate. The shiro was just warm, not hot. Swamishri was actually referring to the burning hot tempers of everyone in the room. The man started laughing with Swamishri. They were joined by his son and a few of the sadhus. In a few minutes, the entire room was overcome with laughter. Swamishri's infectious laughter had relieved the hot air in the room. Listen, once we decide to do something, never do it grudgingly. Always work with a smile and not a frown. What is the point of being upset if we are going to do it anyway? Isn't this better? Everyone is laughing now. The interaction was etched in the minds of that man and his family forever. Under the right circumstances, and with the right coterie, I don't know this word, C-O-T-E-R-I-E. Maybe one of you with a more expanded vocabulary than I can tell me what this word means. Swamishri did not shy away from playing practical jokes. He had favorites that he chose as the protagonists, but never in a way that was harmful or degrading. Swamishri's intent was to provide another mode, an organic way to bring people closer to him. It's pronounced coterie. That's good. Now we just have to figure out what it means, and we'll be really set. It means a diaper? With the right coterie, with the right diaper. In 1988, Swamishri's spiritual travels brought him to Shankar Bhai Patel's home in Lebanon, Tennessee. In Lebanon, Tennessee. I didn't expect that. It means a tight group. Alright. No, a coterie is a group of people. Alright. I don't know if we're getting closer to the meaning. Anyway. He was sitting in a room one evening, surrounded by sadhus and bhaktas. He arranged all of them in specific seats and left the bed open for a special friend. Means the right group. That makes more sense. Thank you. Akshar Jivandas Swami was finishing seva in another room and would join them momentarily. Swamishri knew him well, so much so that he knew that Akshar Jivandas Swami would sprint into the room and hastily look for the first open seat so that he could join the spiritual discussions and not miss a beat. Swamishri waited for him patiently, glancing towards the doorway every few minutes. Akshar Jivandas Swami suddenly rushed into the room and went directly to the only available spot in the room. which was on the bed. He plopped onto the bed, looking straight at Swamishri. Without warning, it looked as if the whole bed swallowed him. Or if the bed swallowed him whole, I mean. He shouted, "Oh God, there is someone or something in this bed." Swamishri let out a laugh at the top of his lungs, and the entire room was engulfed in laughter. The Guru knew that his disciple had never seen a waterbed before, and that it would catch him by surprise. And did it ever? Akshar Jivandas Swami caught his breath and regained his composure. "Swami, walk into a room, look around, make sure you know where you are going or sitting before you rush. It will save you embarrassment. I have learned to do this myself over the years." Swamishri was able to share lessons with his disciples through diverse means, even by adopting the playfulness of practical jokes. Swamishri's practical jokes taught profound spiritual lessons as well. Limbasi is a village in the Khanda district of central Gujarat. Swamishri was visiting the village to attend a few Padramanis and a Katha in 1977. It was lunchtime. Doodh Pak was on the menu, and that meant Swamishri would serve everyone. No one wanted to miss out on the special darshan. After a few minutes into the meal, two parshads visiting homes in the village of Dharmaj came for Swamishri's darshan. Swamishri saw them from a distance and decided to play a practical joke on one of them. He knew that the parshad loved Doodh Pak, which is a kind of sweet, milky treat. Swamishri told all of the sadhus, the monks, his plan, and they were on board. The parshads prostrated to Swamishri and took their seats for lunch. In a few short minutes, their pathars were full to the brim with numerous food items. There was one minor problem, though. The sadhus serving the feast item walked right past them. They waited patiently, but no one served them Doodh Pak. The parshad grew agitated. He finished what was in his bowl and decided to get water to cool down. When he returned, he was glad to see that someone finally had put some Doodh Pak in his bowl. He sat down and lifted the bowl to his mouth in one motion. He took the first sip and spat it out immediately. Everyone around him was laughing hysterically, including the parshad that had come with him from Dharmaj. He was growing angrier, and it was starting to show. He got up in front of the sadhus and asked who had mixed savory kadhi and sweet Doodh Pak in his bowl. Everyone continued to eat, as if he wasn't there. The parshad asked again, but this time his voice was a few decibels higher. He heard chuckles and sneers, but still no answer. The third time he shouted, "Who mixed kadhi and Doodh Pak in my bowl? Which one of you jokers did it?" He heard a faint voice from the corner say, "It was me." He turned around and saw that Swamishri had one of his fingers in the air and a nifty grin on his face. Swamishri said, "There is no need to get upset, Sadhuram, young monk. It was a joke." Oh, I gotta solve my daily puzzle to prove that this is a real live stream. Sorry about that. It was a joke. Learn to laugh and make others laugh. Plus, I only asked the sadhus to mix the two to teach you a lesson in being nisvadhi, free from excessive desire of taste on your spiritual journey towards the monastic order. Want some more Doodh Pak? Finish what is in your bowl. I will serve you myself. I do not want you to remember me as the guru who did not feed you your favorite dessert. There was a wave of laughter from the sadhus, from the monks. This time, though, it started with the young parshad. Swamishri's Sahajanand, organic bliss, taught spiritual lessons with ease and spontaneity. He always remembered to heal after teasing someone. So, thank you for listening. We'll pause our reading of In Love at Ease. There for now. Oh, I minimized the wrong thing. There we go. So I like to begin and end my lives with a question of the day and a short reading. I also like to end the lives with a supplementary meditation, and today we can do a short guided meditation together. And thank you, Char. I don't know if it's Cher or Char. If it's short for Charlotte or something, you will have to let me know. Thank you for your pumpkin spice latte and your dancing flower. Hare Krishna. And thank you, Ron, for your heartmeat. And thank you, Risi, for your heartmeat. Oh. Hari Om Tat Sat. When we have made mistakes, all we can do is learn from them, since we cannot change our past, but we can change how we want to be in this moment. And as long as we are working for a better and brighter future in our life and the lives of everyone around us, then these mistakes serve as blessings in disguise. Can I suggest a short mantra? For this meditation, we won't be doing a mantra. However, if you want a mantra to practice in your own time, mantras are deeply personal, and what might resonate with you may not resonate with another. I don't know if you like the practice of bhakti, of loving devotion to a particular form of the divine. Not all mantras have them. There's a more liberal mantra like Om Mani Padme Hum, which doesn't have to do with any form of the divine, just means salutations to the jewel in the lotus, jewel at the center of the lotus. Om Mani Padme Hum. Famous Buddhist mantra. That's an excellent mantra, the most revered of all Buddhist mantras. Thank you, Risi, for your flowers too. Sum Saryaya Namaha. Also, the reason that I do mantras after I receive gifts is to give you a selection to choose from as well. If you listen to the mantras I share throughout the live, you're welcome to be inspired to partake the japa, the recitation of any one of them. But as I mentioned, I would like to do a guided meditation, so I'm going to put this text up. Let me just place it lower so that people who come in know what we're doing. Seems to be the case that we are doing meditations and then all of a sudden someone joins and has no idea what's going on. So alright, we're going to do a guided meditation. So I'm going to ask of you to get comfortable, and we'll just do a short one today. It's okay, Jake. I know not what you apologize for, But I did see the community engage positively back to you, and that's all that matters. Thank you, the bug. My day has been well so far. Oh, I'm happy to hear that, Kaylee. It's a nice little trick. Observe our thoughts. Observe the observing of your thoughts. Enter an infinite chain of observation where everything that arises we then distance ourselves through via awareness. Or like this from your perspective. You're aware of the fact that 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 you're infinite ascension. Alright. Let's get this party started. And by party, I mean meditation. So, if you need to shake out any energy, get it out, get into a position that's comfortable for you, whatever that means for you. Take a deep breath and let it all drop. If it's helpful to scan through your body and imagine releasing the tension from each part, you are free to do that. Imagine a river of relaxing peace flow from the top of your head, caressing down your ears and face, dissolving any tension, going down your neck, down your shoulders and arms, across your chest, under your armpits, down your back, stomach, hips, across to the base of your spine, all around your thighs, past your knees, ankles, balls of your heels, soles of your feet, and the tips of your toes. Let peace wash over your whole body. And that river will constantly be flowing as we continue. Let your breath find a natural pace and depth. No part of it needs to be forced, just a sentiment of peace carrying into you with each inhale and relief carrying out of you with each exhale. Imagine that in each inhale you take in all of the peace in the world and you incorporate that into your being. And on each exhale, we take in all of the intention of the body and distribute it where it needs to go elsewhere in the universe. Inhale peace. Exhale tension. And in a few breaths, we're going to reverse our sentiment for the purpose of purifying the world. Now that we've purified ourselves with these breaths, on the inhale, we ask to take on a portion of the world's pain that we feel comfortable carrying, and no more. You imagine bringing peace to that pain, and on the exhale, you release it and give back to the world peace and something transformed. Maybe someone or something specific comes in mind, where you imagine breathing in their pain. And on the exhale, you release it and give them back only love. And in a few breaths, we complement that with a first technique and incorporate both on each inhale and exhale. That on the inhale, we imagine taking in both the peace and the suffering in the world, purifying ourselves with the peace and the world of its pain. And on the exhale, we imagine releasing our pain, dissolving it, and giving back peace to the world. This is known as renouncing the inner breath into the outer breath, and the outer breath into the inner breath. A multi-dimensional balancing between each breath and the sentiments between. And this continues as we meditate. Just as the river of relaxation pours down over and in our body, our inner and outer purification of breath continues. Love. We just dissolve into love. We imagine ourselves as a source of love. The world as a space for our love, and our body as the vehicle to give that love. And each part of the experience is immersed in love. Love coming, love expanding, love returning, nothing but love. And when you're ready, rub your fingers, your hands together. And put it over your eyes. Feel that warmth. And open your eyes if you had them closed. Thank you for listening. I hope that guided meditation was useful for you. Isabella, you fell asleep. Heavy stuff. I'm happy. And with that, we've come to the closing of our Sangha. So thank you for being here today. And thank you, Isabella, for your trio of cloud bread. Hare Krishna. You're so sad that you missed it, Cindy Berry. It's okay. I'll be back tomorrow. And the recording will be published on my YouTube channel, Yamsox Lives, if you ever feel like there's any part of it that you needed to listen to. Actually, today's live stream is special because it was an ASMR edition. And the ASMR Sundays get published to my other YouTube channel, Yamsox ASMR, where we are also reading through the Bhagavad Gita whispered, this ancient spiritual text that I believe everyone should hear at least once in their life. All of my platforms are linked in the link tree in my bio. And today I recorded finally the 8th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita. And that'll be made public as soon as I have a moment to edit and publish it. Take care, Victor. Take care, Ember. Is this the version I recommend reading first? It's a good one. The first episode of ASMR Bhagavad Gita series is all about that. It's about choosing a version that's right for you. And for me, a good version to start with is one that has minimal commentary, that doesn't break the flow of the song that it is, the Gita. This version by Harichetan is nice because it's very soft, flows really well. But if you want to really study the verses properly, then I recommend a version that has a commentary for each verse and the original Sanskrit and word-for-word translation, transliteration, like the one provided by the Hare Krishnas they have from their spiritual master, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. He has the Bhagavad Gita as it is. That one's very difficult to read for a beginner, and I do not recommend it until you are already familiar with the text through some easier means. But there are many versions. The version by Eknath Easwaran, which is the most popular version, is very nice too. Okay. With that, I bid you all farewell. May this live stream be an offering to Sri Radha Krishna. Radhe Krishna, Radhe Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Radhe Radhe, Radhe Shyam, Radhe Shyam, Shyam Shyam, Radhe Radhe. Good night, Redhead Rage. Good night, Jack Flash. Good night, Cinty Berry. Happy that I got to say good night to you. And whether it is your morning, afternoon, evening, or night, I wish you all a wonderful rest of your present moment.